But joy smart and gorgeous, kinda sweet. Daytime smile, nighttime peace, no defeat. Heartless and Daisy, cold-blooded queen. Her sweet voice put you under spell, so mean. Impressed with the controller, a terror on the screen. Chocolate eyes, charisma like a caffeine machine. But don't get it twisted, once the game starts, she's dismantling opponents, tearing them apart. Cup of joy, the dynamic paradox. Sugar in the veins, but with fists like a fox. Sweet lullabies, turn bitter once the play begun. Hear the name, better switch to run. Run, run. Unpredictable, her kindness a disguise. Fatal in Daisy, cutthroat surprise. Charming by day, ruthless by night. In her battlefield, it's always fight or flight. Butterwood and melt in her kiss so calm, till you realize her grip like napalm. Names you, then betrays you. When she no longer needs you, throws the deuce. Cup of joy, the dynamic paradox. Sugar in the veins, but with fists like a fox. Sweet lullabies, turn bitter once the play begun. Hear the name, better switch to run. Run, run. Ooh, run. Ooh, run. Cup of joy, the dynamic paradox. Sugar in the veins, but with fists like a fox. Sweet lullabies, turn bitter once the play begun. Hear the name, better switch to run. Run, run.
In a small town where the folks all know her name, there's a girl named Joy with a heart of gold in her veins. She's a 24-karat diamond in a world so plain. A pure and precious soul, trustworthy, never vain. She's a champion, fearless in her own domain. You find her on the battlefield playing Daisy, noble game. With her coffee in hand, never missing a single aim. She's the definition of grace, etching memories that'll never fade. Cup of joy, she's the girl they adore. 24-karat charm, down to earth to the core. She's a champion at Daisy, coffee and more. Leaving an impression forever in our hearts. She'll soar. In the online world, there's a girl named Cup of Joy. Her charming Daisy, you won't be able to ignore. But beware, my friend, you better choose your path wisely. Cause once she's got your soul, she'll have you completely. She's a gamer queen, ruling with her dazzling gaze. Don't look into her eyes, she'll have you in a daze in daisies. She's a force you cannot resist, but be careful, my friend, cause she knows all your twists. Cup of joy, the gamer on fire. With her captivating charm, she won't tire in Daisy. She'll make you fall to your knees, but watch out, my friend,
sorry. My sound is okay. We're setting up for our blood drive. So I have some of this, some of that. IV. Okay, let me turn this into an IV. Have your sound on. Have the picture up. Okay. Just making sure. IV. Oh, this one too. That one. Okay, that's done. Okay. Next, we are gonna go to we're flying to the EMS headquarters, which is over there, and we're gonna get some supplies. It's raining. I want it to rain. So let's fly over there. Choose our EMS heli. There we go. Unlock that. Get in. Let me double check my setting real quick. Yep, it's good. Let's see, it's over here. Yay, stop raining! Okay, it's gonna stop here. This heli is like so unpredictable. I don't like flying it. It's slippery. Okay. Gotta go get some supplies and food in here for the drive. Come on in. Okay, so we need. Let's see, he says the food should be in here. Oh, good. Okay. There's the food. Let's start in the bottom. Take the food. Okay, that's about half. Okay. We're just gonna take half the food for the customers. And oh, did I? Oh, yeah. What happened there? Hey. Yeah, Desolate. Hey Desolate, how are you? Do you do roleplay as well? Yeah, it is a lot of food. Okay, so next we're gonna do oh, okay, so we're looking for. Oh, I need one of these. Okay, I'll just take one of these. I had to use that on a friend yesterday, so because they were at the Alcatraz and they almost died. Okay, let's see. Okay, I don't need that. I need. Did I open this one? I need IV and blood bag. Don't need that. Don't need that. Yeah, you do? Okay. Well, welcome. Welcome. First time I've seen you. Thanks for joining me today. Okay. Oh. Oh, he only has one of the. Okay, so I'll take one of this.
Desolate Wasteland RP just
And
followed.
I'll take one of this, so he has to stock that up. And I'll come back and stock all this for him. Is this all negative? It is. Oh, good. Okay, let's reorganize that for him. There we go. That's, yeah, he doesn't have any. Not a lot. Okay, we might have to grab an admin. I don't know if an admin is on. Let's check. Oh, there's not a lot of us on, which is good because I could prep. Okay. So let's go up here. I hate closing this thing. It gives me, there it is. I know, right? What would the doctor need? Okay, so we're done here. Oh, he has a parking here too. You could park your vehicle here. Oh, okay. Not pretty. He built this. Look how nice this is. So pretty. Okay. Now, let's see. So we do need more of the saline and IV saline, and so these I got from my base. I collected them, so at least I have some of that. And he didn't have any blood collection kit, so I took some of mine, and I took the kit to combine it, just in case somebody needs to do a blood test. We took some of this from my base, so I need some of this from admin, and some of this, and some of this. 3 things. I don't know if that's enough food. Okay, Okay, let's go over here and let me look at my oh no, let me look at my map because I know there's a cow somewhere. Let's go get a few cows just in case. Okay, here it is. So the cows are 1.7. Let's go get some. Just in case. See, this Hallie is so like you can't just. It doesn't want to do what you want it to do. I just have to remember I have to be patient and slow with it. Patient and slow. Oh, look at this one. These ridges. It's nice. Ah, there's a Twinkie truck. Oh, we can't go in the ocean. And then it doesn't rise very well, so you gotta be careful with that. Don't want to be in the ocean. Hey, give us a few cows. Just need a few more. It's like it's so wobbly. You hear it? You guys hear that? Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Okay. Where are you? Okay, I hear you from here. Is that the direction you guys heard it in? There it is. It's so weird from here, see? It went in the face. Oh, darn it. Okay. Listening for maybe 2 more. If we could get 2 more. Okay, so we're doing EMS stuff, so we could put this stuff inside the Hallie. Oh, I hear him. So yeah, this could go inside. This is my so I just have a few supplies in here. You know, it was weird because I picked up this one guy and I didn't notice this, but I noticed it afterwards, but he took a few of my supplies without asking me, which is fine, but you know, I like them to ask me. I wasn't streaming, so. And then I was like, wait, some of my water is gone and my food. I usually like to keep some food just in case. In my pants, this one is gone. I think oh yeah, I usually keep like 3 of them. And there's only, you know, so something happened there. I think it was a newbie too, because he was like, hey, can I kill people? I was like, no, this is a PvE server. He's like, what's PvE? So it was kind of weird. Okay, I gotta go get that cow before it disappears. Okay, so all those go to people that's gonna donate. And we just need 2 more cows, or just 1 more, and we'll be good. Hey, Silent, what's up? Oh, Desolin, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. I heard a cow up here. So I'm getting the cow. But I was a little bit slow, so I don't know if it moved. Where are you? Make a noise. You know, I have the hardest time looking for cows on this server. Okay, I hear it. It's over there. Oh, it's over here. It's over here. On this side, I think. I thought my chat moved. Oh, come on. See? Okay, I hear it. The one I heard earlier wasn't this far. So he's here somewhere. There he is. Okay, I think we're good. So we'll cook the rest of this. Is that all we got? Okay. go. We have 30 minutes and restart. It's good because I could go make some coffee, chat. I haven't had my coffee yet. Oh look, there's another one. We'll get this one before we leave. We'll make it, we'll make it. 30 minutes is plenty of time. Okay, here's the plan. Get this cow, go to North Trader, cook the meat. Oh. See, look, they're so weirdos. They don't even run for you. Okay? That's the nice thing about cows. You know, you don't have to chase them like deers. I hear another one too. You guys hear that? I hear one here and one there, right? Oh, they're here. Okay. Hello, beef. Run. Oh man, no, no, no. Get this cow. Perfect. Okay. Yes. Okay. We're full kind. Let's head back. Okay. So North Trader should be that way. 5.1. Let me take my house. Okay, we're gonna climb the mountain. This heli has like a hard time going up when you're flying. So you have to give yourself plenty of time. Is that something coming out of the heli? Something here. Look at me. Look, I'm in there. I don't even look cute. What? Can you believe it? It's already Friday. The week went by so fast. What are we able to do? Look. Look, like gas is down. I wonder if can I lock this now? Let's see. Excuse me, I had to blow my nose. Sorry, chat. Hand sanitize. My hand. Come on, hand sanitizer. There it is. That rubbing is me rubbing my hands with hand sanitizer. I don't know if you could hear it. Do you guys like this option, this mod, where, see, when you're in inventory, your person's like checking and stuff like that? It's so weird. I don't know if I like it or not like it, but it's like, is this empty? Okay, so I can put this away. There we go. I have to watch the time. Oh, it's nighttime. Let's put that on. Okay, I have to put my heli away before I restart. Let's do that real quick. Just in case. Okay, I'm gonna store it. There we go. Yep, it's in there. And it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. How many minutes do we have? Let's see. We have 15. Look, nobody's on yet, which is good, since it gives me time to do the little stuff. That's some meat over there for Lowe's, so when he comes on, at least he'll have some meat. And then we'll have meat throughout the day as people drag their feet in, sprinkle their way in. Oh, ox is on. So I'm thinking after restart, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back to base, put this food away, and then if nobody's on yet, there's not a lot of people on yet, we're gonna go to, I'm thinking I kind of want to go to Alcatraz. Oh, let's do that. But to go to Alcatraz, I need more ammo than what I have. we could go to area Safe Harbor and go to area 42, which is, did we do that last time? East Harbor. I keep saying Safe Harbor. It's East Harbor. And then go here as well. We could do that. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. I wonder if we could make it to base as well. What do you think? If we fly to base? Maybe we'll drive. We'll drive. That way, if we need to stop, we just stop. We'll drive to base if... Yeah, we'll drive to base if we cook all this food in this time. Is it daytime yet? No, it's still nighttime. There should be plenty of food for them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total of us online. Usually it's like really busy already on a Friday, but maybe people decided to. Is there something going on today? Like it's not a holiday, right? Is it? Let me look. I should look. I didn't think so. Move some of this over here. It's not hot anymore. There we go. It's dark. Three more pieces. 3 more pieces. So do you guys like cooking in DayZ like this? Do you think it's boring and stuff? It's okay. I think it's okay. I mean, I don't hate it. Oh, one more. Come on, cut. Cut. Okay. Let's get out here. Oh, this is the North Trader. You cook your food there. This is the ATM. Is that too? Okay. This fire. Okay. You sell your guns to these guys and magazine and stuff like that. Usually these three. This one's batteries and other stuff. Water's over here. Trash can here. Trash can here. Osh logged out there. Medical person here. This one is what is it? Oh, well you sell your meat and all that stuff. This one's fishing. This one's like building stuff, building supply, other stuff like let me go like this. There it is. You could buy your cassette in here. I didn't mean to do that. Some of the building supplies are here. Kits are here. And then this is of course like mainly base stuff. This guy is clothing. It has the military clothing and all that stuff. This guy that is a donation. If you donate, your clothes are in here. You could buy other people's clothes. So let's say this person, if you like the outfit, you could buy it. It's like 600. This is 600. This is 6K, 50K, and so on. I wonder how many slots that come in. So it looks like that. Oh my god, that looks funny, huh? I don't like that. Anyways, this person has the rest of the clothing, regular clothing. 5 minutes, darn it. Chat, we're not gonna make it back because I'm showing you guys. Okay, so if it was up to me and I was to get my own set of clothes, I would want the, okay, see what I'm wearing? The Hazy. You could go in the gas zone with this outfit and you don't have to change filters at all. So I would want this, but like for a girl. Okay? So what I would want is, you know how they have NBC? Okay. So I would want, instead of the Hazy, instead of the pants, I would want shorts. And then the shirt, I would want like a kitty cat shirt. And instead of like the booties, like for mine, it's these kind of the boots like these. Instead of boots, I want like maybe, I don't know. Maybe they can't change the boots too much. Maybe these boots with it. These gloves, but on the gloves with kitty cats on it, with cats on it. On, you know, the right here where her hand is, right there on the top. And then the backpack, I with designs on it, but maybe some cats on it. And on the shorts, I want, see this, these jean shorts. Where are they at? Okay, see these jean shorts, this color, the denim. So the jean shorts like that. Look how cute it is. If I was to wear like that, see? Oh, these boots are cute on it, right? Okay, so these would be my NBC gear, like with the, you know, jean shorts instead of the regular pants. And on the shorts, maybe like on the back pocket, see the back, you can. Okay, so on her booty right here, on these pockets right here, I want to design as well. So design that. And on the boots right here, I want a design as well. Look how cute I am. See how, just like by wearing the shorts, I look so much cuter. I don't know about those black. I usually like the black, but not on here. Just looks funny. Like that. You know? And then a kitty cat shirt. Let's look at the t-shirt. We're getting crazy here. Shirts. Blouse. Okay, nope. Coats and jacket. No. I wish they let me keep the pant thing on. No. Where's a t-shirt? There it is. That's all they have? Maybe a t-shirt like this, but a different color. Oh. Did it restart? Okay. Yeah, chat. The server restarted. Okay, I'm gonna be right back with you guys. And I'll be back. I'm gonna take a quick break to make some coffee and then I'll be back, okay? Be a few. I'll see you guys in a minute. Hey chat, I'm back. So I just tried to go in, but there's like a new mod that needs updating, so I'm doing that right now. Fix that. Cup, I have to. Cup, I have you wait for my phone to charge a little bit before I get. Okay, that's fine, Silent. I'll see you later. Okay, let's close that. Start up Daisy. Hopefully we don't have any problems getting in. Okay. So far so good. Okay, give us the load up screen. Come on, give us the load up screen. So I know at least we could get in. Just be a few seconds, chat. There was a restart and a mod update as well, so. This is the time to be patient. Okay, it looks like we're loading in, so that's good so far. Hey, I'm in. Okay. Let me bring you guys in. You know what? Before I bring you guys in, I'm gonna go grab my coffee real quick, okay? So since I have the BR back screen up, let me grab it. I was making it, so let me grab it. I'll come back. Okay, back. Let me bring you guys in. There we are. Yep, that's right. We're still at the trader. I was showing you guys the what is it? What my NBC gear would look like if I was to have a choice. It's a little choppy. Oh darn, no! Don't tell me I have to reboot. It's choppy. Yeah, it is choppy. Oh man. And when it's choppy like this, I do have to reboot. Hey, hi, Silent. Look, it's choppy. I have to reboot. Oh, yeah, the frame. Yeah. Oh, this is awful. Okay, sorry guys. I'm gonna have to be right back for you guys again. I'm so sorry. Okay, let me just exit the game and re-enter again. Sometimes, most of the time, like I notice that 99% of the time it fixes it when I do that. I don't know why it does that. It's so choppy. Okay, I'll close that. I like to wait a few seconds before I click enter. Before I click join, enter. Join! Okay, a few more seconds before I click join. Silent, what time is it there for you? I always forget. I think it's 8 hours, right, for you? AM, right? Or PM? It's PM. No. PM. Okay, PM. Yeah. So this is the time when most people like get off of work, I assume, for you guys too, unless they have a different work schedule. Okay, it's loading up. Okay. Yeah, here too. Most people have like, you know, regular hours, unless, you know, I guess if they have a different job or something. Here it's yeah. Here it's 9:17 a.m. It's in the morning here. We're just starting our day as you guys are ending yours. Okay, yeah, we made it in. Let me just double check it before I bring you guys in. Oh yeah, perfect. Perfect. There you go. Here we are. Nice, right? Okay, I'll show you around real quick because last time was dark. Drinking fountain. These guys on my right here sells it's about guns. Sell, buy, whatever. They don't usually. Most of the time you find your guns. Ammo over here, magazine and so on. This person has like these kind of stuff and batteries. I don't think I have a battery. I could sell that. Dynamite. Medical stuff. This is meat, like, you know, you kill a cow or deer or bear. Fishing, base stuff mainly. This one's other stuff plus base stuff, sewing kit and stuff. This is if you donate, your gear goes in here, so your gear will show up here. Then you could buy people's gear as well if you like their stuff. Here is clothing and here's clothing. Fancier clothing, military. This is regular clothing. Let's put our money in the ATM. Okay. And fire barrel, and that's it. This is the Nord Trader. We got a guy right here already. Okay, let's see how many people are on. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so they're coming in slowly. Okay, we're going back to base. Real quick. I'm gonna drive my car instead. There it is. Okay. I know, I can't wait to play. For you to come in and play. It would be fun. This is my car. I like it, even though it's like, you know, the first car I bought. I like it. I mean, how many cars do you need, you know? Unless you could pack it, I would buy more than one, you know? But I don't know. I might buy a truck later on. But, since you can't pack it, you know? It's really not, because it's about inventory, right? When you're hunting, you know, when you're trying to make money, it's about inventory. If you can't pack a vehicle, it's harder. Okay, so I'm thinking we're gonna go back to base, and I'm trying to think if we're gonna go to Alcatraz, or we'll just go looting until more people come in, and we'll do a blood drive. If we could do the regular looting, it's easier for us to get back, I guess, to the North Trader, because that's where I'm gonna have it at. And let's see, Low is the lead EMS, so he has to work, so he should trickle in around 3 o'clock my time. So it's gonna grab the people in the morning, my time. And then by the time he gets here, he can grab the other people. Hopefully we have some people with O negative blood. Look, chat. A deer. Can we get it? Damn it. Where'd he go? Chat, where'd he go? I wasn't looking. Chat, did you guys look? Darn it! I looked down. Oh, see those deer? They're so fast. Darn it! I hate my markers. I hate markers. You know. Let's turn off for markers. No server marker. All hidden. There you go. I don't see him. Damn! I just want to shoot a deer. That's all. Oh, you didn't see the deer. It was on the right side right here, on the hill. when I put my backpack down, I looked down and I looked up, and they're fast like that. Don't look away, you know. Oh, I hear him. Let's see. He's like over there somewhere. Ah! See that structure on the right hand side? This one right here? Somebody put the base up there. You see the flag on top? And on here, the Z are real harder. Like, you can't just run them over. They don't die. You have to literally kill them. See the base behind us? Somebody based on top. This is our base. So, Hip is he's living with me right now on the cabin, Z, but he's going to put his either here. He's gonna build though. He's gonna he's probably put it right here, Papa. Probably put it right here. Or I was telling him he could put it here as well. See this area right here? You know? This area right here. So that's nice. Then if he wants to live kind of like in the forest or jungly area, he could put it in, you know, this area right here. You know? More hidden. Let's go over here and lock our car. Oh, you know what? Let me check and see if we need to charge our battery. Nope, we're good. We're gonna lock that. And this is where Possum and Bear lives. Right here. This little hut, biking hut, and then he built this add-on to it. Right here. I gave him this statue. He looks so cute on it. I'm glad I did that. There's our flag. So yeah. And this is the dock. This is where you get the boat out. Hip built this dock. It's nice, right? There's 2 chairs here. Solar here. The well. The barrel, just in case you need to fill your... Because the well doesn't fill your bottle up. And plants. You put your plants here. These things right here. And if you're around my area and you're hungry and you're starving, you're welcome to open this fridge and get some food out of here. You know what? I'm just gonna use this, the second row, and put all this food in here. Yeah, until it's time. Let's do that. Let's put all the food in here. See, I don't like the person searching when you're doing this. I mean, why? Why are you searching? What are you searching for? I really want to go to Alcatraz, but I'd rather go with someone than myself. Because if I go by myself, I have to creep around if I don't want to use ammo. And I didn't buy ammo, huh? No, we didn't do that. We didn't buy extra ammo. We might have to creep around if we go to Alcatraz. Or we could just go regular looting. Come on. We need that one just in case. Hey, I think we're ready for the blood drive. I just need more of these. These. And these. Okay. But for a starter, we're good. Okay. We'll close that. And let me look at the people. Oh, that's it. Okay. I'll wait a little bit. Yeah, let's wait a little bit. Okay. Darn, I don't have room. I need room. Is this empty? Not empty. Empty? Okay. We could put it in here. I need the room to loot, sorry. We're doing double work here. Put these back, and then when we come back, we just double click everything. So I'm thinking, well, if we loot, it'll be like an hour, and then people will, by then, people will be on. There's a lot of UK people who play on this server. So I'm assuming they're gonna go home, they're gonna eat dinner, and then they're gonna come on. Yeah. Okay. We are ready. Oh, I need food. Let's go grab some for ourselves. Totally forgot. Okay, so let's take a few pieces with us. That's good. Okay, our door is locked. Those two tents are locked. Let's get out of here. Damn, I need 350 to 400 to get a PC. Nope, that didn't know what it seemed. It just bugged me. I can't join. I know. We go to Alcatraz. Silent, if you're here, make it go to Alcatraz with me for sure. Silent, let's go to Alcatraz. Or the rigs. The oil rigs. But if we go there and there's a lot of people on, you know, then I can't get back in time. And so, we're just gonna do regular looting around here. I know, huh? I like to start up here. Sometimes they have good stuff, but I think what I should be doing is hitting the place with the blister pack first, and then coming back and getting all this. Yeah. Let's see if we could grab a blister pack. So on here they have yellow and green. So let's see if we could get a yellow and green blister pack. I'm gonna skip all the places that do not have it. I know. It's good loot though. It's good loot, but one on a mission. Okay. None of this place have it, but it does have good loot. So we're gonna skip it. Skip this area. I do have to stop here because it does sometimes, just sometimes, it does have it. This has so many Z for like the least amount of loot that you could find. Blister pack, blister pack. Come on, blister pack. And you have to click tab on this server. You can't see the blister pack just by looking at it. What gun is it? I'm gonna take that. Let's be nice and open this door. I don't need that. Looks like no one's been here, so that's good. Ah! Nothing. This is what takes like a long time. No, let's drive our car up to... No, whoop. Okay, last one. And then we're gonna drive. I could hear the stupid Z already. Three, 8. I need those. Nothing there. Let's get our vehicle. And no. No. Damn you. Yeah, go away. I found a second-hand PC with good spec. 420. Oh, okay. Look, Silent, I'm driving with my car door open. You know, you and me like to do that. It bothers people. Like when I do this, when I leave the door open like that, they're like, why? Why? Like, cuz I like it. I like to get out and in without opening the door, you know? It's just easy access. Okay, so that's one place you could find the blister pack. The second place is up here. Up here. So I'm gonna park my car here. I'll have to close it. Lock it. And go up here. Oh, I should have stopped at that the medical place right there. So we're gonna go in here. Medical tents, I'm sorry. Let's go in here. Come on, blister pack. It's 308. Yeah, it is. I need these. Oh, we're gonna go this side first. Yep, we need those. 50 cal, we can use some 50 cal. 338, 308, what else? Blister pack. That's what we're looking for. Everything else, I'm not taking any guns at Blister 338, okay. take this one to sell. We'll take those to sell. See if people are trickling in. When they come in, the chat gets crazy. Like, you know, a lot of people are chatting and things like that. Come on. Okay. Oh, we could take this gun. Okay. Take those ammo. Little lag there. This is the last one. Was I going this way? Chat. Where was I going? Okay, yeah, going this way. I need to make sure I focus. Right? Did we come on this side already? Yeah, we did. Okay, so we did this. Wait. Okay, we got that. No, we came over there. So we did all this. And so we were gonna do it this side. Yeah, that's it. Right? Okay. Or did we do the other side? Oh my god, there's somebody here. No! No, there's actually this side. Mother. Good. Yeah, that guy, damn him. We gotta focus, chat. I can't be focusing. Okay, that's his truck. Yeah, he was here too. Damn. I thought we were the only one. Okay, now we gotta go up. Wonder if we did the other one too already. I know some people like to go up here, but I don't like to go up to these steps right here. Did he fly here with his stupid helmet? He did fly here. Mother! No! This is mine! It's mine! Get away! Trying to search it. Okay, and then after this, I'll show you what else it. Sometimes it spawns. Look at that guy! Oh, really? Did you see him cut me off like that? What What a jerk. Look. Oh, he took that side already. Okay, fine, I'll take this side. Oh man. Butthead. Okay, I did that one. There's too many people here. That's like 2 people. Okay, so they didn't find it, I assume, or they found it already. I hope the Z gets him. Big guy. Okay, the next thing is sometimes it's in here. Wonder if he found it. What's the absolute tool? What map are you on? Deal Isle. Banana Man. Hey, Banana Man, what's up? What's up? Sorry. Thanks, Silent. How you doing, Banana Man? Okay. It's never in here, so. But I'm gonna check this right here. This right here. Okay, it's not here. So, let's see. There's a military over there, but it's never on the military. Okay, it's never in the military. So we're not gonna go there. They do have a lot of good guns sometimes, but it's fine. We're not gonna go there. Go back into the subway hole. What's that? Oh look, if it's PvP, you could go down here. I'm scared though. What if I can't come out? You could be out there and then come up and kill someone. Look, that's a hiding place. This is the military. But we don't got time for that because there's 2 people ahead of us, kind of. So, go through the tunnel. Okay, back to our car. Unlock that. Open that. Also a good spot to throw a grenade if someone isn't. Oh, that's true, huh? This is like a race to find the blister pack. That's what people are doing, finding the blister pack like me. one time I found it over here, so I'm gonna check here first. I don't think people think that it's over here. Okay, let me check this. I've never found it in here. On this side right here. This is kind of like a race to find the blister pack before somebody else does. Oh look, we got a radio. Also a good spot. Okay. Yeah, I'm rereading your stuff. This is for the M, okay. We're done here. Oh, I wonder if he's here already. There's no guns. Usually there's a gun. Yeah. You want it? Those butthead. Fishing pole though. Then I like to check these three. Oh, there's a good gun. So he didn't check those. Silent, this server reminds me of GGG before GGG went to shit. Like there's always a lot of people. And people always typing and, you know, chatting and lots of stuff going on. It's ridiculous. Ridiculously good is what I'm saying. That's all. If it's not there, it's not here by now. It's not here at all. So we're gonna go to the next area. Well, I can't get a PC this time around. Unfortunately, really do have to sort this car out. Gonna cost me 500. Okay. Yeah, just get a good car, Silent. Just get a good car. Let me take some meth. You need a good car. Everybody needs a good car. Oh, it's 37 years old. Wow. It's like an antique. Can you sell it as an antique? Okay, the next place we're gonna go to is the ship. So we're gonna go to the ship. Okay, so they opened the gate already. Damn it. Okay. I'm gonna park here. Look, people are coming in already. Oh, there's some food. That's what I did. I put some food in here. And some presents. Okay, Silent. That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna go to this ship and this ship. Okay, this ship is smaller, so let's go for it first. I don't know where you would find the blister pack on this ship. It's like, look, see? Oh, that's water. Just at the edge, maybe. E-pad. Could be up here. Nope. from there, so we'll go this way. This way. See, it's really small. That's it. Not on the floor. Yep. Okay, so it's not here. Go to the big shift. Is there a door here? Nope. Go up here. Okay, we're gonna go to the right first. Only the right doors. Right side. Okay, right side's done. Okay. Any left side? Nope, okay. Left side here. Door doesn't open, okay. No, we're not going outside. Okay. Now we're gonna go up the stairs. What the hell is that? Oh. To the left. Guess we'll take this gun. Okay. To the right. Oh, we did these already. Okay, we're okay. So we'll do the outside of outside the second story. Okay, not here. Now we're gonna go. Oh. Okay. Third floor. Let's do the outside first. Oh, come on. Yep, that's it. Okay. Let's go to the next floor. Boots. Controller. Put this side. Okay, upstairs. Nothing there. Yeah. That's it. Okay, now we're gonna go back to the first floor, and we're gonna do the outside of it. So we didn't do that. Oh. Oh, did you see that glitch? We were in the water. Ah, that's scary. That's it. We didn't find it. Chat. Okay. On to the next place. Go up here. Park here. Close that. Lock it. Let's go. We're gonna check all this stuff on our way back. Time is essential. The spawn must be weird because yesterday this gun was here and it's still here. Wonder how often does it, like, you know, it disappear and new items come in, you know? If nobody picks it up. Not here. Usually don't find it here, but since we're here, we'll look at this one. Hey, Agent! Hi! I'm glad to see you. Hi. What's going on? What's up with you? What are you doing today? It's Friday. Party? Is it party time? No party? I should take these, just in case somebody needs them. Okay, this is our last check over here. Okay, well that's good too, right? Sometimes nothing is good. Nothing is better than like crazy shit going on, right? Or stress. I'd rather nothing than all that craziness. Okay, the doors are close to this, so hopefully we'll find the blister pack here. Please let me find it. I've been working so hard at finding it. I'm just waiting for new stuff to twinkle in with this point. That unfortunately my life's full of stress. I know, Silent, your life is full of stress. That's bad. I can't deal with like a stressful life now, you know. Like when I was younger, I'm like, it used to be okay, you know, when you're like, you know, a certain age, 18, 20, you know, you're fine. But when you reach a certain age, like the stress is not worth it. Now if it's stress, I just run. I'm like, I'm out of here. Silent, why does it always involve like a female or a man? Like when people get stressed, I notice that. It's always like a man or a woman behind it all, right? Over a man or over a woman. Like it's like human. Like we make each other's lives so hard, and it shouldn't be, you know. It shouldn't be simple. But if people are just kind, you know, be respectful, be honest, you know, about, you know, their intentions or just stuff like that, be decent human beings, then we wouldn't have stress, you know? Some people are not good human beings. Should be simple, but same can't be said. I know, right? You know what? In life, there's always those. Those. I want to say those, these, whatever, it, he, she, whatever pronouns you want to use. There's always that one person that loves the drama. And the worst part is that they always say they don't love the drama. And it's them. And it's always the person that blames you. That's the drama. It's like, oh, it's your fault. It's you. It's this. It's not. It's like they blame everyone but themselves. That's the person that creates it all. That's who you stay away from. Yeah, they are crap people. Some people are crap. You know? They're just born like that. They're just born to, you know, make, you know, people's life miserable, and they got nothing else to do. You just gotta look out for those people and stay away from them. This is a really pretty view, I think. No. Yeah, yeah. So always lock your door. Don't let somebody take you out of your door. I was like, why would... I bet your doors was unlocked. That's why he got you out of there. Okay, so I'm gonna go loot this side since we're done. Yeah, we did find the blister pack. It's beyond. It's 42 over there. And let me look at the, yeah, people. So I'm thinking, usually it's by that door over there, and that's it. And then if it's not there, once in a while it's at the military. Oh, I gotta go around. Yeah, that's, you know what, that's the first thing I always do as a female. As soon as I get in, I lock my door. Yeah, I lock my door. Because I'm too scared. My doors are always locked. First thing, lock the door. The window should not be down. gotta tell you guys a stupid story. That's true. This is true. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here, you. Okay, I'm supposed to loot on the left side right here, see? But I'm gonna just drive all the way up here and then I'll loot. Since I don't want to deal with those two crazy. I'm gonna park right here. My car's unlocked because who will steal a car and bricks? What do you mean bricks? Look, you could get on top of this thing. Huh. Interesting. Agent, are you like, would you be scared if somebody came up to your car and tried to pull you out? Okay, here's the story. Okay, listen, chat. Okay, so there's this game, and it's a game online like this one, and it's a like shooting gun, like kind of similar to DayZ. Where if you kill somebody, you get all their loot and whatever. But on that game, it's really hard to level up. So, when you level up, you don't want to die, right? So there's these two guys, and one of them, okay, well, killed the other guy, okay? In the game. So he took him out. I don't want to say the wrong word. Okay, so in game he killed him, and he took all his loot, and but before that he was talking smack to him, like he was like, this and that and that, and then he got him, and then he took all his loot, right? Took all the loot and everything. Well, the other guy, the one that was killed in game, his character was killed in game. That guy, for some reason, okay, get this, he got the guy who killed him in game's address, so he knew where he lived. I don't know how he did that. That's scary, right? He booked a plane ticket to that guy's state. He got a hotel room, went to the store, bought a hammer, right? And at night he tried to, he went to his place to kill him. This is real. It was on the news. And good thing the stepdad was home. So the stepdad and him, held him until the cops showed up. If the stepdad wasn't home, he would have been in trouble. But isn't that scary? That's true. It's a true story. over some loot that they got, and because that guy was talking smack to him. Isn't that ridiculous? No, I got a wrench everywhere in my car. There's a screwdriver in my door. Is that your car key? For others, yes, it takes that. Okay. Yeah. What do you guys think of that story? I was like, damn, that's so scary. Ooh, look, it's unknown food. We'll pick that up, feed it to someone. the basket. Like a picnic basket. Shoes. Hat. Nothing. That's it. Oh, it's starting to think it's funny. Oh, it's not Asian? You heard stories like that before? It's creepy, right? I mean, who would take the time to do all that stuff? Like book a ticket, you know? That costs money. The scary part for me is that I don't know how, like, how did somebody even get your address? You know, that's the scary part. It's like, damn, you know? Creepy. Hey, Silent, did I ever tell you, Asian, I don't know if you know this too, but Silent, did I ever tell you that I had a, when I used to work at a Saisop place, like it's like a, it's a chat thing, and I was like a Saisop on there, like you supervise chat and all that stuff, and there was this girl on there, and she's, I guess she works at this one place that, you know, in real life, you know, her job is like, you know, where she could get access to people's address and stuff like that. And some guy told me that she was able to grab his address, and which is scary, you know, because she goes, I know where you live, and then she typed it in to him, and it's scary. But here's the scary part. She typed in the thing. I think she got banned though. That she was gonna come and kill me. Yeah, literally. She told me she was gonna come and kill me. I was like, what the heck? I didn't do nothing to you. So, I think it's just because, you know, you oversee chat, and you know, when you do that, you tell people they break the rule and stuff like that. Yeah, but that was scary for me. I was like, but yeah, I quit that. I quit working with that. I was like, I'm not working here. I'm gonna get, you know, someone's gonna come and kill me. Okay, we're going back. Okay, so I'm thinking we'll go to base, and announce the first batch of blood drive and see if anybody is around, and hang out at North Trader, sell this stuff for a little bit. They can't pull my address because it ain't my Wi-Fi. Oh, I know. You know what? I wouldn't be as scared if I was not like a male, but you know, since I'm a female, you know, it's scary, you know? And there's no way I could take down like a, you know, a big girl, you know? I'm like all small. Yeah, somebody told me that she's like a big girl, so I was like, there's no way, you know. She'll like sit on me and I would just collapse. Let's see. Is there anything in here I need to leave? A beach chair, nope. Okay, leaving this. This goes in the other. I need these ammo, but I'm selling the magazine. Yeah, you can't be saying bad stuff about people. Silent, be good. You're gonna get banned. Selling that. Is this 307? Okay. I know! I can't believe Hip got banned. He was so mad too. That's why he can't have a mic. He cannot have a mic. He says, I'm gonna say something, just like something innocent, and you know, because I'm mad, you know. And you know, sometimes when you get mad, you say something and you don't mean it. I guess that's what he's saying, you know, and then whack, you're banned. So he's saying, you know, it's better that you don't have a mic, that way you don't get in trouble. True, and admin could be watching. But what if you're by yourself like this? Like in the game, you're not streaming or anything, and you're just like cussing and talking smack to yourself. Do you still get banned? I wonder. Like I'm by myself right now, and let's say that I'm not streaming and I'm just like, you know, talking. But I guess you wouldn't voice chat, right, to yourself, so. But they ban over bad words. It's not like a, you know, it's not like a ban. It's just like a bad word, you know, like the F word. I mean, who bans over the F word, right? Everybody would be gone. Oh, look at this statue. I found this one. See another one. I'm gonna put this at my base. I should put this up right now. Let's put this up. Where should we put this? Should we put it by our base or right here by... Oh, I hate carrying this. Right here by the dock right there? Or right here by the base? Like here somewhere. I don't know. What is he protecting? Like here? Like diagonally, like here? cute, right? Yeah, can you, Agent, can you imagine like they ban you for cussing? Okay. I'm really good about not cussing. So I'm really bad about like what I say. So I try not to be like all my life. I'm bad at with like, if I don't say it, then I won't normally say it. So I taught myself just not to say certain things and certain words in real life. That way it never comes up accidentally. You know, that's the one. Accidentally you say it, right? And so I've been practicing that, you know, so that way I don't accidentally say it, which has helped me. Because I don't accidentally cuss, you know. Once in a while, I accidentally do it, but not like, you know, most people. But it takes like practice, though, you know. You have no filters? What's a filter? Okay, so I'm selling all this. Oh, we were gonna get the medical stuff and then head up north later. Okay. Just gonna double click these. It's not gonna be in any order. We'll rearrange all this stuff after. I just need a tip, make a ticket. What does he need help on? Who needs a AS50N? Okay, he does. Okay. Wait. I'm just looking, making sure I need. Okay, so I need to sell some of this 180 backpack. Oh, that's all the room I have? Okay. Did anyone say? I don't... I know leather... Isn't it leather? I think it's leather. leather kit. I don't think it's duct tape. Duct tape is the regular one, right? The regular NBC. Oh, we need food. Do I have food in here? Damn it. Do I have some food in here? Oh yeah, okay, at least I have some. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put my gun in here. So I don't accidentally sell it. I think it just depends, right, Agent? Like on the server? I don't know what the rules are on some servers. Like on some server, you have to be 18 plus to play, and then others, you know, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let me do this. So in 15 minutes, it's gonna be... Okay. I think I used a leather kit to fix my boots. But, oh, I don't know. Look, there's a crash up there, but I'm sure somebody got it already. Do you guys remember if I put some food in the, in my, EMS heli? I have to pull that out and look. No idea? Oh, you guys oh, don't remember? Okay. So Agent, I never asked you, do you play PvP, PvE, or both? Or do you play this game? Or you just watch? Or... Oh my god. Did I just lag? Okay. Yeah, I just did. It's gonna park right here. Okay, I'm just gonna sell my stuff first. Before it gets crazy. Did somebody just throw something at me? Yeah, someone's trying to be a butthead. Okay, selling this basket, this one, and this mash locker. Selling this. Selling this. Okay. Go deposit this money. Ah. Okay, you don't. Okay. Have you played DayZ before though, Agent? I'm not a butthead. Snow outfit. No, I don't have a snow outfit. Did they say anything about buying something or won't be struggling mag? Okay. I need to sell this, this, and this. Okay, let's pull out our tally. Oh my god. My goodness.
I got some shit. I don't want. You can keep the scar.
I don't have any more action though.
No, it's fine. I'll find one.
Yeah, we do
I-
have food
I'm
in here.
not-
Okay.
Like, about action I'd agree with, but fuck me.
I totally
I
get it.
got no
There's
faith.
no need for you to worry about the fucking mag loading bullets, but
Yeah.
I totally agree.
I've got like fuck all space because, I mean, I ain't gonna.
Oh yeah. I have something that might help you. Give me a sec.
I mean, just
Let's
like
sell these
even if you have a
guys. Oh, we
120
have
bag,
some.
oh that's fucking more than
Nice.
enough.
If it's
I'll
better,
give you. I'll
180.
take the digi, take that, and take.
You see? Oh, I can't sell this. This is
what
black
else
market
do you
gun.
want to?
This-
Take that
Those
one.
Yeah,
sound
this
take
will
both
go
of
a
them.
lot.
Shit. Those BM stuff.
Yeah. Gotta put this back in the car.
Both
You don't need it. That is
M98.
at least like 4,000 here. You don't need those.
No, take them. It's a worthy
Alright.
trade for me. Because I live off the land, man.
Because I live off the land.
I don't fucking like, I find a good gun, I will use that gun till I'm out. You giving me this backpack just means that I can fill my fucking bag with all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, man.
Do you guys,
Oh,
hello?
one more.
Hello? Do you guys have O
I don't
negative
need music
blood?
cards. How's that?
It's on the ground.
I'm O plus.
You might need those.
Nah, man, I'm good. I won't bother with
Oh my
that.
god,
This
he's comping my
is
car.
not for a while.
Stay safe, man.
Yeah, I want to go sell all these guns I've got on me.
He was humping my car. Does he? No, he has a good back. See? Look, I think he has a. Yeah, I think that's a right. Okay. Anyone with O negative blood type? I need some O negative. Need O negative. You do? You have it? Oh, okay. Can you give me 2 bags? On the ground. And in return, I give you some meat on the ground. Yeah, if you could, give me your blood. Yeah, drain your blood. Drain your blood. I gave you the, blood thing already. Blood collection. I gave you the blood collection. Can you drain it? Yeah. Drain your blood and then put it on the ground and take the food in exchange. Thank you. Oh, is that you? Yeah, and the other one too. Yep. And then if you could drop it for me, that would be awesome. Hey, Verse, is that you? Thank you. I got 2. Thank you. Thank you. Blaze? Who's Immortal? Immortal. Hey, Immortal. Do you have some blood collection bags I could have? And IV saline bags. How's your health? Do you need me to give you a bag of IV? Or are you good? You're good? Okay, okay.
What do you need?
I'll drop what I need so you see it. So I need those 3 things. Just a few, not a lot. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Somebody's pushing me. Oh. Oh, tester? Okay. I have those, but okay. I'm not a vulture. Can you drink this blood? I don't think you can. Okay, now so all I do is I take the blood and
Found anyone that's O negative yet?
yeah, just that guy right there. Oh yeah, just that guy right there.
Could use them as a farm.
I know. I only took 2 bags. I didn't want to drain him too much.
I have an idea.
What's your idea? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The admin has an idea for you. Is that bad?
Take all his blood.
No, you sure? Okay, hold on. Let me put the bags down. Okay, drop them as you're done with them.
But he likes the pain.
Where's my present at? Is it on me? No, it's in the car, huh? I'm gonna give him a present.
Good donation, sire.
Thank you.
Make sure it says O negative. Yep.
Make it look official.
Ah, it does look official now. And my Hallie's next to it. Yeah, it does. And the Hallie's next to it. Did he leave? He left. Is this him right here? Thank you. Here, I got a present for you. Immortal, did you heal him?
He had God mode.
Okay, good. Okay, I ran out of the blood thing. Okay, I'm out of the blood bag. The blood collection bag. Blood collection bag. Oh, I have 3 more. Never mind. 3 more and 2 more of these. Yeah, right? He will pass out. Yeah, he was lucky that Abner was here. O negative, blood type. We need your blood. O negative.
Anybody got a blood test set?
Yeah, I got it.
So let me see, I'll see what I am. I'm O negative.
Oh my god, another one! Okay, let me drop some blood bath for you, okay? You ready?
Yeah, I need to go.
If you could fill those up for me. We'll leave one. Thank you. And then just drop it when you're done filling them, and I'll grab them. I don't think he sees these, right? It has to be right here next to him.
I need to wait because my blood's on red.
Hold on. Immortal, I need you. He's red.
I gave myself a ceiling there, so.
I dropped the saline. I dropped the saline for you on the ground.
Yes. So you need to wait, I'm still red, I'm red.
Okay. Waiting for the admin. Demon, are you able to fix him? He's red.
Look.
The admin's busy doing something. That's what it is.
There, I saw them.
Thank you. What's your name?
Smoking over.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Here's a present for you.
Yes. Ah, thanks very much. Appreciate that. Let's see what I got.
Immortal, can you
I'm
fix his
over the
health?
moon.
Can you fix his health?
Yeah,
Yeah,
God
that
mode.
you had me.
That guy right
You
there.
had me on God mode.
Oh, okay.
You had me on God mode. It's
Okay.
all good. Cheers.
Okay, so I need more of this. I need more of this and more of this. More IV starter and cell collection. I need more of those two things on the ground.
And use your own belt and vest if
No, so it's multi-item. Okay.
so. Buy a better vest and the belt.
Just the vest and... Okay, okay. Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
I need some music. Let's do 10 more minutes. What do I want to say? Last call for a blood drive. Till later. How do I do that? mute this because I don't know if what is it? Since I'm streaming, they're gonna flag that or something. The music. Sometimes they do. Beach chair kit. We need to sell this beach chair kit. We don't want it. We have 2 already. Okay, sell that. And okay. That's it. Okay, we'll be back later then. Okay, let me double check this. Okay, so the food is in here. And okay, so let me put that away. Oh, he's doing fireworks. Look.
Yo. Done.
Thanks, Immortal. We'll do it again when Lowe's back. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go back. And we're gonna fly to EMS headquarters and we're gonna put these blood bag over there. What is that? Oh, 2Z on the ground? That's hilarious. Hey Silent, you still here? Close that. Open that. Put our gun back on us. This goes in here. Oh, close that. Room. Okay. Oh, let's see. There's all the blood bags. Close that. Lock it. Put that in. Store it. Oh. Oh, there's a by Bayville right there. Okay. There's our heli. Let's see. Let's put some of this stuff away at base first. We'll sort this later. Okay. Okay. Okay, Silent. Oh, there's the... See, there's the drop. I got my coffee, but I haven't drank it. It's all cold now. I gotta go microwave it. Do you guys microwave your coffee? Oh man. Somebody took it. I never get drops. Ah! Yeah, they got the drop already. It's so fast. Okay. Please don't lag out. Please don't lag out when I'm flying. So if I lag out, I die. It's getting dark. God, that lag is crazy. Is it gonna? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, do I have any? You know what? I have so much food. I'm gonna put some of this food back in the. Yeah. Let's put some of this food back. Whatever we could fit. The smaller slice. Okay, we'll leave some and we'll put most of it back. Okay, where's the door at? Right here. Okay. So put some of the food back. Eat some. Yes. Leave myself maybe one of these so it has water. Okay. That's all I need. Oh, I'll get this one. Okay. And close that. Okay. Now we gotta. Where's the blood thing at? Nope, not yet. Nope. No. Oh, you know what? I need a bandage, so I might as well grab one here. Need a full one. There we go. That's for myself. Okay, where's the blood? Oh, here it is. Okay. That goes there. Oh, negative. Oh, negative. Oh, negative. Just double check. Oh, somebody put a B positive in there. What the heck? Oh, that needs to go in the trash. Okay. Oh, it fell through. Oh my god. I was gonna pick it up on my way out. Okay. Oh, negative. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Some of this does not have the Irene starter kit, so they have to make it themselves. Just double checking, making sure. Oh, this is O positive. Okay, so not this one. Gotta be careful. Is there any in here? Nope. Oh, is this my blood? I'm positive. This must be my blood. Oh, that's my blood. That's the one I use for myself. Okay, then that's my saline bag. Okay, these are the one I use on people. Okay. Nothing in here, right? Nope. That's it. Oh, look, well, this thing's almost full. That's good. Okay, so Lo will do one more batch, and then we'll help him out later. And we should be set for a little bit. Okay, I think that's it here. We're done here. Gotta close this. Close it. Close that. There. That's closed. Put our night vision on. Okay, so this is for the event. Next time Lo's on, we'll use these meat. Close. Close. Okay. Okay, let's see who. Okay. So Immortal's the only one on, right? Yeah. Okay. Chat, I'm gonna put all my markers on, so it might be a little like overwhelming. Going back to base. Put this heli away. I gotta check the battery and make sure it's full. Who needs help? What does he need help with? know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put this stuff in here. Oh, there's one more O negative here. Or is that mine? Oh, mine's right here. There's one more. It's gonna leave this in here so when we do it again later on today, I don't have to get it. I'll just spawn my Hallie. It's all in there. I have a lot of these. I'm glad I collected all these. Okay. I think that's all I need. Put the rest back. Okay, these 4 back. Those are mine. This one goes back. Oh, here's my cassette player. .308 goes here. This needs to be put away. Food goes here. Oh, it's daytime. Did anybody ask for help before I store my vehicle? There's something that goes here. What's missing, chat? What's missing here? Leather kit. Leather kit. Oh, no. Leather kit's there. This mat goes in here. I normally have 3 bandage. There's 3, okay. Close. 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 And close. What am I missing there? Okay. We're done here. I just have to organize this. I need to get rid of these. Nobody wants those 180 backpack. I might just have to sell them. Oh, I'll take these out later. Who needs it? Titan? Titan?
Hello,
Is that you? Oh, you. Okay.
it's me, Titan. Oh,
There you go.
thank you,
You're welcome.
But I got the helmet. Someone just gave me the helmet.
Oh, okay. You want to keep that as a backup?
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. This is the racetrack.
There you go. Do you have a screwdriver I can quickly use?
I
just
do,
wanna
but it's at
quickly...
base.
Ah, that's a shame. Oh
Yeah.
well. No,
I
that's not
should be carrying one with
fine.
me though, huh?
Yeah, you always used to carry one with me.
Yeah, I should start carrying one with me. Do you need a ride
But you're
anywhere?
fucking coding as well. No, 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 I was gonna go get that gear. I just thought I'd drop off some equipment.
Okay,
That's all.
thank you. Oh, I hear
I
the
can't
dew.
even... Do
I
you
hear
want
the
do you want this crown? Do you want this fucking crown?
Look at this crown.
And there's code. I found it earlier. I don't
Oh
know
my
why. Just
god.
keep it.
Thank
There's
you.
some code in there as well.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. I hear the dew that way.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was gonna go get it.
Okay.
I thought I'd drop it off.
Let's see. Oh, Tony's here. Let's go to base first. Then we'll meet with Tony if he needs us. Okay, let's put this in. Store that. Yes, okay. That's done. Let's go to base and put this medical stuff that he just gave us in here for now. Deal with that later. Okay, that wasn't a lot. Let's see, what did he give us? He gave us codeine. One of this. And I think one of this, right? Is that it? Oh, is that? Yeah, one of those too. We need these, so. I feel like I'm always missing something when I do something else differently. Here, put this back. This away. This goes in here. With the fish stuff. And that's it. Okay, pristine, 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 pristine. Making sure. Okay. Did I put my heli away? Okay, let me go check. I'm done doing EMS stuff. Finally. Okay, we did EMS stuff for like 4 hours, so. Okay, my heli's done. Okay. Double check that. It's closed. Double check that. That's closed. Okay. Oh, need to get a... I know I have a garage thing in here, right, for Tony? Okay, where's the garage? What is this? Oh, okay. It's one of those that tells north, south, east, or west, right? I thought I had a garage thing, an extra one. There it is. So Tony needs to use, we'll give him that. And I'm giving him the boat. Okay. Do I have food? I'm good, okay. Okay, chat, I'm gonna tap out and see if I could get in Discord with him. Or if he's on Discord. Oh, is my Discord even open? It wasn't even open. I usually run Discord. I guess I didn't do it. Okay,
Hello.
okay. Hey, Tony. Okay. What were you gonna do? You're going to Alcatraz?
I have to go trader real quick, or
Okay.
at least drop a few things in my car. Probably easier, and then yeah, we could go to Alcatraz. I'm gonna have to probably help a friend later to pick up his car that is broken.
Okay.
He's fixing it with a. But
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm going today to do that or tomorrow early. Just
Oh,
to let you know that I'm probably gonna have to just run away
yeah, that's
if he
fine.
calls me.
Okay. Okay.
So
I'll
yeah,
wait.
let me just get my car from the garage to
Okay.
drop the stuff then.
Okay, I'll wait for you. Maybe I'll charge my vehicle batteries while you're doing that.
Okay. What is the ping on this?
Oh, you know what? I'll give it to you in Discord. I'll type it for
Okay.
you in Discord. Sorry, chat. I'm step away and type the.
Hey Koopa, do you have the boat in your personal garage?
Yeah, I'll tell you about that when you come back, and we'll set up that for you.
Okay, okay. Just wondering. Just didn't see it in the group. Okay.
Did that work?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks. Got it. This will be... won't take long.
Okay, let's charge our battery since he's doing that. Charge the battery for this. Go. I should have locked my alley just in case. Okay, let's lock that, and let's go ahead and go back in here, and then just gonna organize some of my stuff while we wait for Tony. And my battery to be charged. Okay, let's put some of this stuff away. Okay, so I hate organizing. Do you guys hate organizing? Okay, that goes over there too. Oh, that goes over there too. It's either here or here. That goes. There. That goes there. Close that. Close that. Food. Other stuff. There. This goes in here. I think I'm gonna sell this. I don't think I need this, right? Wait, why would you need this? What does it do? I don't know. Oh, ass. Hip. This goes, where's that bench at? Oh, it's outside. Okay. So we'll leave it there for now. Headlights. Medical. Oh, let's put this in clothing. It's clothing. Ah. It's clothing. Gardening tools. that's closed, closed, closed. And I think this is done. Osh gave me that. This is done. So we'll go over here. I think it's in here, right? This goes here. This bottle I'm gonna put in here. And this, I'm just gonna leave in here for now. Okay, we're done. Let's see. Everything closed? North Haven Airfield. What, he needs medical supplies? I'm not even reading chat because I'm not on duty. Sometimes I'm like, it gets too much for my eyes. Because my screen is, I'm sorry for that, but my screen's big, so if I have to reach, I have to look all the way to the left. So it's like, did that guy need stuff, something though? No, don't die. Oh my god, well, he's still talking. Sometimes when you're off duty, you're like, I feel bad. Oh, Tony, are you back?
Yeah, I never been. I didn't went to the trader. I just dropped the stuff into the car.
Oh, okay, okay.
I've been ready for a couple minutes ago.
Okay, let me store this.
Okay.
Okay. Hey Tony, where do you want your dock garage? Oh, you have one over here? Tony, is this yours?
Yep. Yeah, that's mine.
Okay. Let me put this one away. I bought you one, but I'll put this away.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
So let me put it away.
Yeah, I built it the other day, and you told me about it. Issue with the dock, and then I wanted to play around with deploying the spawn area. Very tricky. And I think I got it, but when I deployed the jet ski, it it really starts jumping in the air. It's like I have to put it back into the garage every time because it's scary. I don't know if it's going to glitch or something. Never tried with the boat. See what happened though.
Okay, Tony, come over here and drive this one to your dock. And let's park it in your dock.
But it doesn't matter if you do it in your dock or in any other dock. You can park it in here, and as long as you park it in the group tab, I'll be able to retrieve the vehicle in the other.
Okay, so yeah, but we're gonna test it on your dock, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Let's try that. Yeah. Okay, I don't know what's the ping.
No, it's right here.
Is it the same?
It's here.
Is it the same?
No, I changed it.
Oh, yeah,
It's right
yeah,
here.
yeah.
I said, wait. Okay. So we're gonna try parking in yours.
Okay.
And so Tony, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, so before you put it in, don't put it in yet. I'm gonna go ahead and give you that boat, so it's gonna be yours.
Okay.
And you could choose to put it in group if you want to, but I won't be using your boat at all. I bought another one for myself. Or you could put it in personal. That way, if you're here, you'll be able to use it only. I was thinking about that, and I was thinking if you put it in group and somebody use it, and they die somewhere and they can't get it back, your boat would be gone. So
Yeah.
that's why I decided to
Gotcha.
put mine in personal only. And if I'm here, they could ride with me, they could use it with me, but only when I'm online. Just to protect myself, because it's expensive, you know.
Yeah, no problem. I'll give you the half.
No,
the
no,
other half
no, don't worry about it. So I was
from
thinking
the boat.
you,
Yeah.
you
It's
you can park that little boat in group and put this one in like personal.
okay.
You know?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, that
Let
way,
me see if
if
it's
somebody
works.
dies right over there at Alcatraz and they decide to, you know what, I'm just gonna log out, or I'm just gonna come to base and log out, then you can't get your. It will despawn.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people in our group, and so anybody could
Got it.
take your heli, I mean your stuff, and we wouldn't know who it is. So I
Yeah.
think that's for the best.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's go to Alcatraz.
Yep.
Let me see
Oh
if
yeah,
it
and
works
then I had
first.
to, yeah, whoever was using your boat used all the gas and all that stuff. I had to refill everything.
Use the boat?
Yeah, somebody's been using your boat and it didn't have any gas in it.
But who was it? Because Static wasn't.
I don't know.
Sure,
That's why I was saying that we have a lot of people in our group when we're not here, you know? So now, you know, you don't have to worry about that.
Oh, let's go to the boat trader to buy some oil and stuff.
Okay, okay. Hey Tony, do you know where we refill the oil at? Or you can't refill it.
Yes.
You have to buy a new one only?
Yes.
Oh, you mean the oil flask?
Flask.
No, you probably cannot refill it. Yes, I think you just have to buy more.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
throw
well, that's how it usually works in real life as well. So probably, yeah. You throw the empty one and get a new one. Probably good idea. Just I'm gonna buy multiple, so
Okay.
we can have a storage for that.
Okay. I'll buy one extra for my boat.
Do you know if there's have to go around all the way, right?
Boat trader?
Yeah.
Where's my... Oh. I hit all my... Hold on, let me look.
No problem. Yeah. We have to go around. Yeah. I just check that out.
Yeah, you have to go all the way around. Yep, there's no easy cut. I wish, huh?
Yeah, well, the good thing is that these boats are not that slow as you might think. Of course, it's hard to understand what knots means, but if you use the minimap, you will know that we are going around 125 kilometers per hour, which is fairly good.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you have to go all the way around. There's no little... They connect this little island, these two islands right here. Yeah, so you have to go to Alcatraz and then around back up. one of the day, Tony, when nobody was on, I went to Alcatraz all by myself.
Oh,
Yeah, it was good.
and how was it?
It was good. I didn't think I would make it, but yeah, I killed them. I did my thing, and I got out of there. It was nice.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you can easily go to Alcatraz. I don't see
Yeah.
any
I wanted to
complication
try.
because you can just climb on any container when it's needed to kill multiple or just lock them out.
Yeah, I wanted to try it by myself and see if I could do it.
Sounds about right. It's a good idea. Try that sometimes, You'll be surprised things you can do, and you probably think you can't.
Yeah.
The oil rigs are pretty much the same than Alcatraz. The only problem with the oil rigs is the high risk to fail from height and die, and in the middle of the ocean, it's like complicated.
And a lot of people go to oil rig, but I would love to hit the deep. Is it deep water?
Yep.
Yeah.
Deep water is the biggest,
The
but
biggest, yeah, I was
I
thinking
found
about
a card in the different one as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, the key card for Kamuk can spawn in any of the 3 oil rigs. I was watching a video about Deer Island in general, like vanilla map Deer Island. That's part of vanilla mechanics in the map.
What about
Was like the last update. They added that Kamuk thing.
What about the black market punch card? Where do you find that at?
Well, that they doesn't talk about that in the video I saw, or at least I didn't go to that part because it was really long. Many things about the island. Was looking at that and the ice temple, but I think I don't know why. I think they added like I don't know where to find the punch card. Really, that's the only thing I can say. Sometimes it's too much information. I'm not sure if the door and the punch card mechanic is Deer Island vanilla thing, or is just something they added in. I'm not sure. I think it should be Deer Island thing, but I don't know.
Also, one day I was playing and Possum and I were playing and Pissy messaged me and she wanted to get in and she couldn't get in because they had an update and I guess she had problems, computer problems, couldn't, like updating and all that stuff, and so she never made it in.
Yeah, well, yeah, that happens sometimes. Sure. I have not talked to her since the last time I saw her online. She probably join later, usually on the weekends.
Oh, okay. 180 and 70. What's 180 and 70, chat? Can you do the math for me? Otherwise, I'm gonna do this way. Like, my head's not ready for this. It's gonna buy one of each. Yeah, I'll just buy one of each for my car. For my health. Tony, I bought some for my boat. I'm gonna put it on the bottom. So when we get back to base, I'll take it out.
Problem, yeah. I refilled the boat a couple of days ago, the last time I was on with oil. I remember that.
Yeah,
I
what?
think it also consumes a lot of it.
Okay. Ooh, MK. I haven't used an MK since PvP.
Or restart is coming.
Oh, okay. So should we just wait here?
Not necessarily. We can move. I think, yeah.
We could drive there.
Just move a little
Okay.
bit. Yeah. Refueling as much as I can with gasoline and oil.
Okay. God, I overshot Tony. Can you guys hear the water if you close your eyes? You know, you could hear the noise of the water. It's calming, huh? I love the sound of the wave of the ocean. So calming.
What color you got, Cooper?
The black one, the same as yours. There's only red and black, so I wish there was like a, you know, different color. Like a more girl color, you know? Maybe purple or peach or, you know, something else. Green.
Yeah, there should be different colors. Yellow, purple, green, orange.
selling a little bird for 2 mil. How much is a little bird? Isn't it 1.5?
I don't know, but yeah,
I thought
I
it
think
was
it's
1
not
point
that
something.
expensive.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm thinking of the Robinson. He says little bird. Oh, I'm thinking the Robinson. His little bird is the one with no doors.
Yeah.
Think. I'll catch up, Tony.
No rush.
It was in the water. So if you don't have the NBC, you could come up to here at least, huh? And look around the edge.
Oh yeah. In this
Yeah.
area right here, there is no gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Like just to check it out, you know? Yeah, it'd be nice.
yeah, the same with the oil rig. There is no gas at the bottom. The sea level.
Oh, did I
Oh
just...
damn.
Oh. Did you lag out? Oh.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's defrost already, but yeah, it was a big lag.
Nope. Scar H. Oh, okay. That one. I think the back doesn't have any, Tony. Oh, we better make it up before we start, right? We die, right?
If you go to restarting the ladder. If you're too high, yeah, maybe you fall into that. Could we just disconnect in here, or you wanna go somewhere else?
This is good.
Okay.
Okay, chat. I'm gonna be right back. It's gonna be restart, so. Okay, I'll be right back, Tony.
Okay. See you in a bit.
So yeah, chat. I'm gonna warm up my coffee, and then I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, chat, I'm back. Just logging in now. Give me a few. Voice is on, you guys are in. Okay. I'm in, Tony. I don't know if you're here yet or not. How come 7 and 8 are gone missing? Chat. What's on 7 and 8? On my quick bar on the bottom, see 7 and 8? They're missing. Oh, my blood. I think it's my blood. Yeah, it's my blood thing. It's done. Oh, darn, I need to buy some ammo. We might have to, like, crouch. Where's my blood? Okay, is this 8? And I'm O positive, right? Yep. That one right there. Go over here, I'll wait for Tony. Check this right here. It's 308. Wait. That one. Take that. Oh, I fear flies. Don't like that. It's still on. I want to go to day 1, but you know, day 1 always has a lot of people on the weekend. Oh, there's Tony. Hey, Tony, I'm down here.
Okay. I'll be right there.
Oh, look, I got a card. I got a card. There should be 2 purple cards. I got 1. There's 1 more. Oh, you could hear them already. Just crouch. Oh, wow. Yeah, look, these are the shorts I want to wear. That was the monster. On this island, there's those monsters only. There's no Zed, there's monsters only. And I have the PKP. It does take them down, but it takes a few shots. The one gun I really want to use on them, it's a one tap and they're done, but the ammo is so expensive. And I put it in the safe and I didn't put it back on to my person. Okay, Tony's still up there. Maybe he went to the right-hand side. I'll finish this up then. Go catch up with him.
Have you checked the places we checked when we arrived?
No, I didn't play. I didn't check
Before
down
the
there.
restart?
No, I didn't check down there.
Check that real quick and then catch up with you.
Yeah, I'm almost down here. Done down here, so I'll meet you in the middle. Oh, he's right there. We don't need to go that route. I'm gonna go up here instead and meet Tony. Let's see. Yeah, see they're all over there. Because I shot earlier. But we checked this already. Okay, I'm coming towards you. I'll meet you on top of the crates that we normally stand on top of. On top.
Okay.
want to go up or you did already?
No, I have not. Let's just check that real quick. I'm always more inclined to go over the buildings if you keep going to the left. You know?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That two-story buildings, that 4 of them.
Going down?
Yep. Going down as well. Uh-oh. I heard a mutant going on. I cannot see them. I don't know. Oh, okay. People up there.
Somebody's here.
Yeah.
Checking the first one?
Okay. Just checking the tower. Watchtower. Some bullets in the top.
Oh, they
Somebody
can do
opening
red.
red.
Yeah, they did red, that's why.
Yeah. Careful with doors open and I don't know. Crazy AI coming.
Let's close this door first. Just in case. Oh, VSSK. Made some money out of that one. Oh my god, look, it's a gold one. Or is that another gun? No. Oh, I thought that was a car. I was like, damn, I got lucky. Okay, Tony, I'm done with the first one. I'm gonna head to the third one.
Okay, I'm in the third one.
Okay, I'll go to the fourth.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
gonna crouch and go in the
I-
back. From the back.
Okay.
I didn't hear them killing anything, did you?
Yeah, I did.
You did? Okay, okay.
They were shooting.
Okay, so they probably shot all of it already.
Most likely, yeah. Have you found anything?
Nothing on
The
this
last building was empty.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me
Yeah.
check this last one.
Check the green beds in the rooms really well, cause that's where I found the blister ones, like inside of the mattress.
Oh, excuse me, chat. I had to sneeze. Did I put you guys back? Yeah. Sorry, I had to sneeze.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
How you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm alright.
I thought that was someone else.
Alright, what you doing then?
I found a VSSK though.
I've got two of them.
Are they any good?
Oh, we're at Alcatraz.
Bullets are
Yes. Should be powerful, at least. Haven't tried. But Probably similar or a bit more powerful than the 338.
Should be around the power of a 50 cal, I think, with how expensive the bullets are.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What are you guys doing?
We're at Alcatraz.
Oh, okay. I'm just loading in. Did you say we got a safe, Toner? I'm guessing you did, sir.
Yes, very nice. Very nice safe. Like it. Really cool.
I like how it actually opens, like with the locking mechanism.
Yeah. It's really nice. I open it.
Right, I am in. Oh, you know the solar panel thing, and we can't plug stuff in properly because of the stupid floor. I had no idea.
But you know, the
Tony,
Mac
should we go over here?
thing is working. The Mac loader, the Mac pump.
Yeah,
I
it's very
managed
slow.
to connect it. Yes, it's so slow. Yeah. But it works after all. Isn't it? It's faster than
You left
fill
a
it up
bear.
by yourself.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yes,
see it.
definitely with some of them.
Let me ask if we
Let's,
could take it. Let me ask.
Yeah, and I see another bear down there. There's 2 bears, and there's a boat coming, okay?
I don't want to take it if, you know, they're coming back. Yeah, they're not answering, Tony. I don't want to take it.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't want to take it, and they say, you know.
Yeah, but I heard that if you don't cut them, anyone else can do. And you cannot just live in there forever, you know, going to the spawn. So
Yeah, Tony's bear now. Just don't bring it back with you.
now we're making hopefully nice suits with this. Oh, the pelts are ruined. Are all ruined. No meat from this one.
Hang on.
Yeah, I think they just blasted the bears too much. I'm leaving the bears at red, somebody said. Okay, well,
What
at
did he
least
say? What did he say?
2 pelts. Somebody said that they are leaving the pelts.
Oh,
But
okay,
let's
okay.
just read that again. I am leaving the bears at red.
Wonder why.
carry my backpack.
Somebody put a flagpole in the middle of the beach.
Yeah, well, somebody took that as a base. They have a tent and everything in there.
Yeah, I could see the parking meter and stuff.
I think that's it, right?
Who put the other docking?
Yeah. The code is the same than ours.
It's your one. I thought it was.
Teddy bear.
I seen it yesterday. I was like, I wonder if Tony put that there.
Yeah, it's the closest it can be from
Tony,
base.
we didn't go to this
Couldn't get her closer. Yeah, let's go
Hmm.
there. I hear the mutant close. Careful that way.
Oh, I got it. That's right. Who's the goddess now? I think I need that.
Damn, the zombies are respawned already. Like this dude's base, apparently. That one didn't want to go down. You bought anything on the Steam sale yet?
Oh, not yet.
I ain't seen anything
But I
I
have
wanted.
seen a few good things. Yeah. There is a. I was just trying to decide what to get, and get everything.
Mm.
But yeah, a few nice things. Few nice good deals.
Yeah.
I was looking to Hell Divers, and
Well, that's not on sale.
Yeah, but also gone. Yeah, let's go check that one. Also gone restricted in my country.
Hmm.
Not available anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Sony PlayStation is available where you are, is it?
It is. It is. Yes, available. I mean, I don't know exactly why, but a few games have done that. The same with Elden Rings, Starfield.
Is that it?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Which way now?
Whoever's the base is over on this little island over from our base is going to despawn soon if they don't hurry up and put the flag up.
Oh, Koopa, you learned
I
to...
did it!
Good.
She done?
She jumped under the wall.
Woohoo! You push shift this time, Cuppa.
Oh, I don't know what I pressed.
I found shift work quite well for getting up. Seems to give you a bit of a boost. Oh, the loot along the beach was a bit shit today.
I was picking up everything a while ago.
Are we going to the right here?
Okay, there's a lot of them, and the right and the left. Two in the right. At least one in the left.
Well, you got your mutant friends.
Yeah.
Tony, are we going down here?
Yes, we're going to the right. Oh, there is one coming. I'll get it.
Have you been to the Paris Island Bio Lab yet and had a mooch?
No. I have not
We
been
going
there.
this way or down that way?
Oh, we can just come this way.
Okay.
Oh, we could go and check that out.
I heard another one.
Where at? Or you on about your mutants?
Oh, so, yeah, sorry, I was talking about the mutants. We're trying to go around them. And they keep attacking us.
Found a lot of them, have you?
Careful, Koopa, there is a mutant. We're trying to go around the house.
Okay, okay.
How much money you got now, Tony, in the game? You've been to black market, haven't you?
Yeah, I made 800k the other day in black market. But I think I have 500 or 600 in bank at the moment. Yep.
We could follow all them lots of black market if they want to go later, can't we?
Yeah, they are going later. He's saying, I would love to go have a few weapons that worth 200k each. But I'm waiting for a possible call of a friend. I need some help.
Mm.
So I probably have to go out. I want to plan that for today.
Mm-hmm.
At least not yet. Probably later. If that's still going on. Crazy, the black market. A lot of bears and mutants.
Oh, how many shots for 50 cal does a bear take?
Probably just one. I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't kill any bird, to be honest. There was so many people that
And you didn't have to fire around.
I killed one mutant as for what I can remember. Just one mutant, and that was it. No need to kill anything else because everyone was shooting.
Oh, saved you a fair bit of ammo then.
Yep.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that zombie's got earplugs in. Didn't even hear me shoot his friend.
Morphine. I should use one of those morphine. Let's see. Yeah. Just inject myself. Yeah. There we go. Ah! I got a dose of morphine. Go, go, Nick! Go, go! Go, go! Go, Kappa! Go, Kappa!
There'd be a lot of police zombies about up here today. Mm.
Go, Kappa! Go, Kappa! Kappa Joy! Go! Kappa
Looks
Joy,
like it's
go.
either turning to night or it's going to rain as well.
They said this week coming here, where I live, the temperature is gonna reach 120.
Hey, what's that in centigrade?
Ours is Fahrenheit. I don't know what you guys.
Yeah, we use Celsius.
Oh, okay.
But
Hot here.
very hot, huh?
They're like 40s, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
We'll let you keep that weather because we already had enough of it here. You got up to 27 degrees and it's unbearable in the UK.
And we're gonna head back to base, right?
Yep.
Anybody need any leather kits? I found
Yes, I do. We needed that for the to make crafting the bear suit to go to the ice.
I think you also need a ghillie suit to put it onto.
Yes, correct. Ghillie suit, bear pelt, and leather blanket.
Hippo told me that you need like an extra one. I know he's we killed some bear. I killed some bear with him. So he's making the suit, but he wants to bring like one to wear and one extra just in case something happens.
Sensible.
Yeah. Because you die there, you know. Somebody went to the ice temple. I forgot which week it was, and they, you know, you can't drop anything because the ice. You can't put anything on the ground because it just goes through. And he put his suit on the ground, and it just gone. So he had to ask for help in chat, like, hey, you know, can somebody come over here and help me? I'm gonna die. Because he put it down so he could swap clothes. You know, when you switch clothes.
Yeah.
And he put it on the ground.
Oops.
So when you swap, you can't put anything on the ground.
Yeah, kind of have to do it in inventory and that's it.
Yeah.
It's a shame you can't get a motocross bike in this because you can get the enduro helmets.
Yeah, it will be nice to have bikes.
I think what I'm gonna do is I need to have like a extra
Something other than
set of
cars and
my
ATVs.
inventory and my second Hazy outfit. So I need a scar and a PKP and an AS. water. I keep forgetting my food and water sometimes. Tony, were you able to get any of the pallets or all of them were ruined?
2 of them were ruined. So one bear was completely destroyed. No meat or anything. And the other one gave me 2 damaged pelts and some meat.
Okay, okay. What about the wolves? I totally forgot.
Oh, I didn't saw any.
Oh, don't. I should have picked the wolves. Yeah, go to your dog.
There were wolves.
Yeah, there were wolves. I don't know why. I thought that you were gonna get it, so that's why I didn't grab it. It's fine.
Be late to do anything about it now because you're on the way back.
Oh, I gotta grab my... Okay, this is mine. No, I gotta grab my backpack.
Oh, that was dumb. Okay, I'll try again.
Got it. Okay, I'm gonna put my stuff away. Well, we're wet anyway. Might as well go through the water. Okay, I'm gonna put these 2 in the boat. My boat. My boat. Restore that. Stay still. And we're gonna have extra of those. Oh, I need a jerry can. Okay, I need a jerry can for this boat. Store that. Okay. Yep. Perfect. Now I got a boat, a vehicle, and a heli. Yay! Yay me! Let's go put our guns away. Oh, yep, logged out. Here, let's punch him. Pow, 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 pow.
I found some Twinkies.
Okay, okay, so I'm gonna sell this one.
I'm guessing that's a reference to that zombie film
On my other person.
where he finds the vans of Twinkies.
Barrel shelf kit. What does that look like? Oh, okay.
I can't remember what the film's called.
VSSK. I think we're selling that. I think we have extra of those, so we're selling these. Selling that. Did that not go? Why didn't? There. Okay. Okay, this sells at the black market.
The leg's getting bad at Trader now. I was going straight up the road and it spun me out into a tree.
Close that. Okay, let's close, let's close.
Not even many people here. Weird. Unless somebody's got a base really nearby to it.
This is gonna go here. This is gonna go in medical. You know what? I'm just gonna leave the stuff here and then deal with them later. Okay, that one's keeping. 308. Keeping that. Keeping that. Selling that. Selling this. This goes here. There you go. Close that. Got an extra of these. Oyster. Do I need one right here on this guy? Does this guy need one? No, he doesn't. Does this one need one? Nope. This one needs one. Does that one need one? Yeah, okay. So I don't need these anymore. Okay. I'm just gonna toss them. This one we're gonna keep. Do I even have room? Yeah, I do. This guy is my clothes. Okay. This one's my
Can't sell the
clothes.
Twinkies. That's a shame.
Okay, those are my clothes. Close that. This goes. Mortar goes. Let's see, is it here? Yeah, mortar goes down here. Oops. Okay, over here. Teddy bear goes here. Now I have 2 of these teddy bear. Oh no, I have 3. You know, I can't find a lot of the pink teddy bears. Okay, sell those. This goes in my boat. I'm gonna put that in the boat. Why do I have money on me? Is that close? Okay. Put that in the boat before I forget. Does a boat have headlights? Yeah, it does. Okay. Now it has an extra one. Store it back in. There we go. not a lot to sell at the regular trader, right? Let's go look in our regular trader tent. Oh, okay. We have those and a soda. Oh, okay. Damn, we have a lot of soda. Keeping those, keeping, selling. Okay. Guess we're gonna sell this 180. I need to put a place for these batteries. I need a place for batteries. Like, okay, where should I put batteries at? You know, chat? Or just put it in here for now. I'm gonna keep those. Okay, this is house stuff. I want to keep that. Everything else we're gonna sell to regular trader, and then buy some ammo. Okay. Tony, do you need to go regular trader too, or you already left?
Yeah, I just got the trader.
Okay.
It's in your pull up.
You
Tony
coming,
went
Cooper?
zoom.
What is it?
You coming?
Yeah, I'll come. I'll drive there. And then I want to sell the. What am I selling? I just sell the skull.
Right. Tony, do you need a spark plug or? Oh, Tony's lagged. You're gonna crash.
Oh, been kicked. No, I'm good. I don't need a spark plug. Thanks. I don't think spark plug got anywhere off in this server for some reason. At least not in the vehicles we're using.
Have anything for new people besides that? Okay.
Tony. Yeah, look in my hand.
Just grab him some food too.
Oh, nice. Twinkies.
Twinkies, not Twinkies.
And two of these.
Yeah, I've seen it before.
A bottle of
Crazy.
something.
Sounds funny. What is that movie you were talking about?
I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Okay, let's go. drive the... What the heck was that? You guys hear that? Like glass, somebody shot it or something.
Some of my stuff. Car.
Right. How much money did I just make? Oh, somebody turned up in the camper. No, they're all. Maybe more fishing for minnows. You know, it'd be a nice gun that we could get. If there was a thing. A 50 cal pistol.
Oh yeah, that would be a good one. Is it available in the server? I think.
Don't know. Let's have a look what high caliber guns I have at the trader. I've never actually looked. Right, let's have a look at black market weapons. VSSs. The Snipex is the biggest gun, but I don't think there's anything hand cannon apart from obviously a Desert Eagle. Oh no, there's the Smith & Wesson. That takes the 44 Magnums. That should put down stuff.
That's the one I'm using. Look.
Oh yeah. Oh, death.
Tony, which gun are you using for your one tapper? On the zombies? I mean on the monsters. On the monsters.
Tony, it's a bigger one.
The Barrett 50 BMG.
Okay.
Tony, there's one that.
What's a bigger one?
The Model 500 Competitor uses 500 Smith & Wesson Magnum rounds. God knows how much the gun's worth. It's very similar to the Smith & Wesson that you've got, the 629. But the barrel looks slightly shorter.
I see it.
Yeah.
That's a nice gun.
It definitely looks like a cannon, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Wonder where you get one of them from.
Yeah, I probably have seen it, and I have confused it with the one I have because they look very similar, a bit different. Yeah, we need to find one of those.
Yeah, one each. That'd be good.
Aparino. Yeah, that's
That's
probably the biggest.
literally the biggest small gun. Everything else is rather large and only 9mm. You got any cool guns, Copper?
Nothing cool.
Somebody's put the Hazzy belt in there. Stick that in the base, it can be extra storage.
Hey, is that you? Give me a second. 1 second. Chad, I'm gonna just mute Discord so that I could talk to this guy real quick. I'm just gonna go like that. Okay. Okay, here you go. Give you that, 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 and that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Welcome to the server. Go sell some of this stuff. Why are you not selling it? You just sell it?
Hey man, I have a spare canteen. Do you want it?
I just picked one up on the way, and then I have just given one. Appreciate it, though.
Oh, cool, cool. Okay.
Okay, let's go buy some ammo. How many should we be buy? 300? 300? That will cost us 12k. Accept that. Yes. 308. How many do we want to get? Let's get like 50. 50 for
Are you buying seeds?
Yep. Just need to count them. Each pack I'm gonna buy them 30k, and the coca I'm gonna buy it 50k. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, correct? 10 wheat seeds and 1 coca, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second.
Thank you very
hold,
much.
hold the bag for a second. And give me nickname also to send the cash.
Shit, who's touching me?
Oh, Martha, you ass. Where you at, you fucker?
How much are the... Can you buy 50 cow here? Oh, you can't. You have to buy the black market. Okay. So you buy
Thank you
some
very
50
much.
cow.
I have a pack of seeds
Next.
if you'd like to purchase them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, next.
I got one pack.
Sure, so 30k.
Okay. Let's drink some water.
gotta watch that Versa guy, man. He handcuffs everybody.
Oh.
Yeah, Versa just handcuffs me. Watch him. He's running around ghosting.
Okay, let me just
Yeah.
make sure my Discord is back. Yeah. Now let's dry ourselves off. This takes forever.
I got one pack of
Oh,
Star
that's
Dog
static?
I'd like to sell if you want to buy them.
Yep.
Oh, there's a coca leaf there too.
Ooh, sweet. So I'm giving you 35. You're okay with 35? Just
Yeah, sure,
done.
that'd be
Is
great,
low
man.
back?
That'd be perfect.
Let's see.
Okay. Type your nickname so I can send you cast too.
Raz.
Done it.
Name's
Okay,
Raz.
Yeah, Raz.
No, he's not.
Yeah, you sucker. You sneaky. What up, brother? Like that outfit, man. That's slick.
What the hell? What the hell? Tony, did you do that?
What?
You tied me up?
Awesome, thank you, Stitch.
No, was not me.
Static,
Somebody else.
Thank you very much, boys.
Static, you tied
See
me
you
up?
around.
Static.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just making sure it's one of you guys. Because I don't
Right on,
want,
thank you.
like, somebody, you know, I don't know, tie me
What
up
you
and then
gonna-
take my stuff.
Is this your new
Yeah,
outfit,
they
man?
can see what you have on
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I don't care if it's my friend.
Yeah. Right on. I
Yeah,
like
Tony
that.
got me, so
That's slick.
I snuck up on you.
Now I got a new pair of handcuffs.
Useful for laser.
Back on the
Okay, I'm dry.
deer aisle.
Finally, I'm dry.
Oh, you fucking
quick.
Yeah, buddy. Woo!
I was like, oh shit, let's look at the Adams inventory.
Not the app. What is that name?
Oh man, that's a A+ right there, man. That's A+ right there, dude. Straight up, man.
Right, what do you want to do now then?
Where's the admin? It's just like to do that. They got God mode on. Oh, okay. Which one was that one? It's not Bosa. Bosa's in red.
What the?
Cooper's handcuffed again.
What? Nothing. What? The?
Pickle, is that you?
What? What's going on here?
Oh, somebody got handcuffed. Oh,
I think somebody's admin in you.
man, you bounce around too much.
I seen nothing.
Because I just seen him disappear and teleport. Yeah.
Butthead. Okay, where are we going?
I'm gonna look out here. Gonna get some food and we'll be back.
Okay, that sounds actually good, but I should do that too.
Well, see you a bit later.
Okay, let's go run over and
Have a good one, guys.
Okay, we'll see
In
you
a bit,
later.
mate. See you later.
Darn. He's left. Gonna run him over.
You're doing, Cooper? You're logging out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go eat. I should eat something.
Okay, cool. See you later then. Well, might see you later if I'm on.
Oh, darn. It's my gun. Okay. Let's log out in our plate. This is my place right here. So it only has one door. You close it. See? You can't get out here. You can't enter through here. And so it goes up here. And you can't enter through there because there's no like what is it called? Ladder. Oh. They like to log out on you. Have a box of nails for sale. Okay. Justin, hope the blood work drive went well. I hope it goes well when it happens. Had to work today, so can't be around till tonight. That's fine, Justin. Oh, I did the blood work already early when I logged in, so that was done. But I think Lo is gonna do it later on, and I don't know if I'm gonna stream later on. I'm gonna try to. We'll see. But yeah, I'll see you tonight though. Okay? For sure. But I'm gonna go ahead and go eat right now, and then I'll be back on later. Thanks for the subscription and the follow. I appreciate that, and thanks for hanging out with me for a while. We've been on for like, a while. You know, when I'm home and we can get into something. Have a good evening. Yeah, Justin, for sure we could get into something. I hope you have a good day at work today. Yeah, we've straight for like 6 hours already. So that's like, that's pretty good, you know, right? Okay, that's it, chat. That's it for now. If I don't know if I'm gonna come back and stream or just play, so I'll jump on later and see if I'm on. If not, I'll see you guys another day. Thanks again, everyone. You guys have a good evening, and let me do my goodbye screen. So adorable. I love that goodbye screen. Have a good one, everyone. Bye.